info? Wait, we still want to say something? We can one side, not the other side.
All you people guys sit over here.
Working properly. Works fine for me. It's the other guys that are working. Let's see. One of those days. Yep. It's always somebody else. Yep. You know, for me, it works just fine. See how that is? Just like when someone says something's not working, I go there, what's not working? It wasn't home 10 minutes ago.
Well, that's way normal. It doesn't work until you show up, then it works just fine.
Yep.
We deal with that a lot too. A lot of times it's just the people.
I'm not the six-plex thing. Hot water here, right? So we have hot water for
Well, that's what I was hoping.
What's wrong with that? Oops. I don't spray, no one heard anything. Alright? It's like,
No water running out there, no?
there's in that one spot when I went down, you can see the water like this, but
So the drain was working?
in the six-plex in the basement.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's another little sump pump in there.
And pumped it out? So the pump, some pump is working and keeping up? That's good. At least some pump works.
But it wasn't too much water. Yeah, it was not even funny. It's like, it's like a lot of water was still going. But it's like that when I went down to do laundry, there was water on the floor.
So we gotta figure it out though.
Yep. They just got a great day. Changed out today.
Hot shower now?
Yeah.
Now they're spoiling it.
I figured me and Tina saved somewhere else, so we could start over there.
That opportunity. I suppose about that time, huh? All right, well, have fun tonight.
Yep.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to get started. share some things from executive session. Council took action under item A to authorize this discussed in executive session. Item B has been rescheduled. Item C, the council did take action on the COLA discussed in executive session. Council took action under item D to approve the legendary waters cash flow March budget of $653,750. Took action under item E to table those compliance report and gaming commission. We did take action under item F as discussed in executive session. And item G was tabled. In addition, prior to the meeting of session, we moved item 20 and 21 BDC and Gaming Commission applications to executive session, and the board did take action on those as well. So those won't be discussed later on in the evening. We'll start the open session with any community comments and or concerns. If you have one and you'd like to come to the table. Anybody? No news is good news?
I could think of something.
All right, we're gonna move on the agenda. We have NABI student sponsorship. Cindy Garrity. Ina Tom. Oh, and Kiana.
Is Kiana speaking?
Yes. You are not shy, Kiana. We know that.
Push the red button. Please.
On the right.
Okay, Quentin is at basketball practice, and we were trying to get him here, but unfortunately. What we're doing is the NABI. I think on the request there was two. There was
Yeah,
one
there
for
were two
NABI.
other requests, but I solely labeled Navi on the.
Yeah, so it was for the NABI and the 17 youth play Vegas North Top Team invite. Quentin has been selected for both of these coming up. The NABI one is in July.
If you got you. Got it.
Yeah, so, and when I first looked at it, I thought each player had to come up with $800, but it looks like that's a team, registration fee. But I'm still gonna request $800 to help support him on his journey down there. In the past, when we did the Nova Scotia trip from last year, we did not ask the tribal council for anything, we did all our fundraising, but trying to jump the gun here because he has to have this money in soon. And that would just help that part of it out for him. On the 17 youth, it's $950. It went up $50 from last year. I have that paperwork here. You guys would like to have someone to copy that.
So we're just asking for funds, assistance. Yes. And then there's like it's highlighted.
So we're just reaching out, asking for support of whatever the tribe council can help assist us with for both these basketball camps or whatever you want to call them. Quentin, as you know, is in the basketball major. He went out to Nova Scotia last summer and played for the NAJI, Native American, I don't remember what it was. But they took, Indigenous played, and his whole team took the gold medal. So he's living for sports, and this is a way for him to keep going with playing and more competitive teams, and hopefully we can get your support to help him with this.
Last year, Quentin was also in the traveling team.
Yes, he was a 16U captain to Superior. Superior one now is the one for the 17U, so he's moved up in age group. And it'll be the same thing where every weekend he goes and practices as schedules, but they go to they travel to the cities and they play in the cities, and that's hotel costs and travel costs that we fundraise for and work with get the parents to take them down there. Lance took them most of the time down there, stayed in hotels for the weekends and stuff like that. So it's a cost, but it's for him to get out there and just to play against harder competitive teams and stuff like that to get his body in shape to move on. So his focus and goal in life is to move on to basketball at college. Right now, he said he was looking at Madison, UM to go into, so we'll see where that goes. But right now, this is where we're at.
So the 950 is the real number?
The 950 is the one for the registration fee for the Superior team. Yes.
And then the 800, is that a different?
I don't know what it is. Like I said, when I first read this, I assumed it was just per student, but I think this is just the registration cost.
Okay.
I'm getting more clarification on that. But like I said, anything at that time going down there to this event is going to, cost.
Madam Chair, if we can support the $800, I would make that motion.
I have a question. So the 800 is for a team,
That's the team registration.
so you don't know what his portion
I don't know
would
what
be.
his portion was.
So it's over and above, it might be like $100 for him, and then the 700 you would look at using for counts,
Yeah,
gas and lodging
right.
and food.
So yeah, he would need help assistance with that, because I did see a little bit budget where the lady that's doing this now has got it laid out, and that it's going to be up to the parents to fundraise for like hotel costs and food costs for this to go down. And I'm not quite sure. Like I said, she just pumped this information out, and I thought it said $800 per student, like the 17 youth one, and I was wrong with that. So it'd be $950 for the 17 youth, and this $800 would be
We have 900 on the paper.
$900. Yeah,
17 youth superior basketball, 900, now be 800.
yeah,
So the total cost will be $1,750.
yeah.
No, that is not the request on the
It
paper.
was 9 and 8. 17.
Cindy, do you know if the school ever sponsors any of these basketball teams?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not individuals, I would say, in my experience at the board.
Yeah. Like I said, we're going to start more fundraising for travel, hotels and stuff like that. And I don't know how many of us are planning on going out to Arizona. So we'll be getting together and coming up with that.
Do you know how many kids are up there?
None. Just printing. Yeah. We got personal selections
It's
from
an
both.
invitation.
Invitation, yeah.
If council is gonna make a recommendation to support any dollar amount, I probably would want to have a conversation at administration, whether or not any programs get supported first.
No more sponsorship, yeah.
Yeah, because there's gonna be other requests for sponsorships and contributions from the tribe to come forward, whether it be the band trip, or the Guatemala trip, or the Europe trip, or the South America trip, or wherever students want to go. And so we don't have kind of a standardized practice. It really has been individualized. But when I look at things that in comparison of what we spend, like general fund dollars on, I emergency assistance, funeral assistance, we have a practice and a policy for those things. So, but that's all like stuff I'm thinking about right now.
Right.
When I think about somebody presenting a request, we had last month, baseball scholarship come forward, and because it's youth, we have a lot of programs that support youth needs, and so we have a lot of our administrators in the room who could probably think about the benefits of a tribal kid participating in a national basketball league and how it fits within all of our program goals. So if council, kind of how we did last month, if council is supportive, then we can take it back to administration and see what options are available.
I would support that.
Do you want to support it in a motion?
Yes, I would support that in a motion
Okay.
to, for the $800 to be taken back to administration for discussion.
Second.
Discussion, is it just the $800?
I'm going off the 800, I was just looking here, but overall is the.
I just
amount.
gave, yeah, the overall would be what, 17?
1750?
It's on the agenda request form.
Yes.
1,700. It's 800 and 900. And I'll take that back to Alana first before the tribal council makes any decision on general fund dollars.
Keep in mind, if fees are not submitted by March 2nd, the application will not be accepted too, so there is a time frame within the scope of this.
I wish tribal politics worked like that. Council have any other questions for Cindy or Kiana?
Kiana, so
There's no
Kiana,
school today.
are you excited? Are you pretty proud?
Yeah.
What do you think's the best basketball player, Charles Barkley or? Okay. Agree.
Thank you for coming forward to ask leadership. I don't think anyone is not supporting it. I'm going to try to be unbiased, right? Because
Yeah. So
I'm
when
his
you do
favorite
that,
entity.
could probably get an answer or a follow-up or anything? Do you know what I might be able to?
it'll probably come from me or Rick or Rick's not here or Alana.
Okay. All right, any quick?
I know how to get a hold of you. Thanks, Kiana. Thank you, Kiana.
Yeah, push the button.
All right. I have a question about this. You, Chairwoman, you stated that you get a lot of youth asking for donations and stuff. My
Can you come to
thing
the
is,
microphone?
where, like, Quentin is, you know, you took his pictures and everything. How come our Boys and Girls Club don't have a wall of our students? You know, like in Bayville has all their trophies. Where's ours at the Boys and Girls Club? Where's the wall of recognition so that our upcoming youth can see all that? Is that something the Boys and Girls Club could look at? Putting up a
This is
wall?
right there.
I don't know where.
Great idea. That's easy. It's certainly a great idea.
And that's what I think we should have, so when Quentin does come back, he can show you and then a picture can go up. Or the baseball player, put that picture of his team up so that all our young youth can have something to look up to, a little incentives. And that's what our Boys and Girls group should be doing, is incentives. Just my thought.
Next on our agenda, we have the Treasurer's January 2024 Financial Status Report. Treasurer Gordon, get ready. We just start at, we'll start at early childhood.
Okay, following report. I
So for ECC now, does council have any questions with the ECC program?
I do have one question. My report's not up, but just one comment. The one comment on the bottom about the ARPA, Michael Christensen, about carrying over? Is that what it says?
Yep, it's probably on family services. Yeah, mine is.
If it doesn't have a name, it is family services.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I was like, what? My one main concern for Jen is that to make sure that we have, I know you said you're looking at a budget mod for unspent wages for the vacant positions, especially for the Head Start FY '24 and early Head Start. You do have considerably large dollar amounts that need to be spent before the end of June.
We have a plan in place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not aware of the plan. So
What is
if
the plan?
administration can get the
Well,
plan to share with council.
It's not something probably I'm still working on it with Benicia Quay.
Well, council's expressed the concern, so please get the plan to the administration so council can get it.
Okay, the next one, I'm not, is the family services one, and oh no, never mind, it's the education. Does anybody have any questions for the education department? Or Jared, do you have any, anything that you need to let the council know of? Anything going on, or?
Just getting that negative cleaned up.
Yeah, I'll go up here quick.
Yeah, getting some future updates, like here's what I'm looking at, even though it's not on paper, really helps to all departments.
Here? There we go. Yeah, I'm actually waiting to get in a FY '23, the JV that out. This has been had a couple of hurdles in there, but it will be cleared out actually very quickly. I met with Ashley for the last couple of days, so it'll be in there. Hopefully by the next FSR, won't be there anymore. So.
And I did talk to Jared too about cleaning that up. He said he was working on getting it cleaned up. Any other questions for education? If not, the next one is family services. Which Jared?
But I just see some of the end dates are still saying 23, and obviously we're past that, so.
That's what I was just
If
gonna
there are
say.
no cost extensions or whatever carryovers that have been approved, the end dates need to change, because right now it looks to us like those grants ended and there's a ton of money in some of them.
For example, like the GUAR,
Yes.
it says it ended 12/31/23. Is that money carry over? Does it close out? Do we get new 24
Well, like
money?
Brighter Futures,
Yeah,
that's
Brighter Futures.
150,000, and it was 12.
And also that elderly transportation, there's $6 in there, and that's supposed to have been closed out in 2022. So we really need to look at closing that out and get it out to FSRs. Oh.
Get 1 gallon of gas.
The next one I have is human services. Are there any questions on the human service one? I personally didn't have any questions.
Just that one that says it was supposed to end June 2023. Not sure if it's just like a reimbursement request hanging out, because it looks like they still charge to it in the January month. So I don't know, maybe that just needs to get cleaned up and followed up on.
Is that ICW customer? Okay. I can check on that one.
And those are the ones that we really need to watch, because the reimbursements on those are so tedious that you just lose money if you're not on top of it.
Okay, I can check on that and let council know about that. And the next one I have is the health service. I did not have any questions on that one. Not sure if council has any questions. Diane, is there anything concerning that council should be aware of or anything?
I don't have any.
Okay, if not, we'll move on. The next one is Natural Resources Department. Anybody have any questions? I did not have any questions.
No, there's just some obvious things that need to get cleaned up because there's several that are negative. But the notes, I think all covered them.
And, you know, even like the zero
Those
dollar
were-
ones can be taken right off.
Exactly, no, they can't yet.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Thank you for those notes. Very good.
I actually had to print them out to a different page because when I went to print the TNR, the notes were so dang small, so I had to cut it and put it on another spreadsheet. So that's why the notes look so huge.
That's why the notes look all nice because they're like big. Otherwise, you guys were like,
One of the few that I've ever seen the notes like that, so that's good. Keep it up.
Okay, the next one we have is Protective Services.
this one, the column got cut off on the first column. So I don't know if somebody just accidentally excluded that cello, that like line over.
I'm not sure. I thought this
So
one
it's
printed
hard
all
to
on
read, I'm
one.
not sure what they all are.
Oh, okay. I'll make sure next time that it doesn't happen like
Laura, what's the vehicle resweep on the bottom where it says 46,000? Sort of top paragraph bottom.
that. Is anybody from Protective Service here?
Which one are you talking about? 5109?
Yeah.
5108.
5108, the total fund is 46,871.
I would think that we need.
It must be vehicle replacement.
Mhm.
Or no, vehicle registration fees, I'm sorry. It's vehicle registration
Oh.
fees, that's why you see the fund balance so large and it just carries over because we don't run that through fiscal year. So it's that's what I'm saying, when the column cut off, you're like
I couldn't
guessing,
figure it out
but
either.
it's vehicle registration fees.
That's the money they keep for, is that for?
Tickets,
Yep,
the license,
Yeah.
vehicle registration fee.
yep. The sticker.
Yeah.
That's what that is, Dave, and it is that actual fund balance.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll make sure that that column does not do that anymore.
Do you see how hard this job is?
The next one is Public Works. Just keep in mind that the FM and water and sewer ones, the budget is actually the recoveries, is what they collected. Any questions on that one?
Administratively, we're having conversations with the finance department to evaluate the FM rate quarterly at this point, you guys, because we are still so under recovered on FM. And you can see that from 23, we're still not reconciled, and now in 24, we're a little better. But we're still way under recovered compared to the year-to-date expenses. So things like the FM rate changing in the middle of fiscal year may have to happen if we need to recover funds.
So that's something everybody should keep in mind if the FM rate, if we change it, here and there.
It's all based on spending, so if the programs aren't able to spend, FM can't collect, and then we're juggling administratively a cash flow kind of mess, right? Because FM has expenses.
So if you got the money, please spend. Okay, the next one is the administration page. Does anybody have any questions on that? Just an FYI too, we are going to be taking the TIPO department out of the administration page and creating its own page. So it's going to have
So it's gonna be taken right off the admin page and be created by itself. If not, the next one is the planning department. Does anybody have any questions on the planning department? I do see those columns slid over to or now.
We're waiting to hear back from EDA if we could get another extension on the EDA grant money. If not, we'll probably have funds at the end of the fiscal year, but
Okay, the next one is the courts.
that one's just squished too.
It is. Maybe something happened when I was printing them out or something.
Accidentally like hit that first column.
Maybe I did. Heather, is there anything that we need to be aware of? Council needs to be aware of? No?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Were your one-time funds added to this?
Yeah, they should be on there. The ones that are highlighted in yellow, there's two budgets in there, and they're now being, in the process of going through like legal for contracts wise to start being spent.
Whether you'll go in one of those 20, 21, 22, or 23, 24, 25 contracts?
Yep, it's the one that's the 20, 21, 22. There's two one-time fundings in there.
So we'll see the budget change on those, because there's much more money on these contracts.
Okay, the next one is the COVID-19. Question?
There's a little bit of negatives in there.
That's
too,
what I
that
was just-
gotta get cleaned up.
Clean up and through time, I think throughout this year, I want to say we should be seeing this shrinking.
Yeah, some of the end dates on this are coming too.
Yeah, I'm not sure about it, apparently.
So with all these 22s, that who's going through the COVID stuff? What department again?
It's all over, it's all a bunch of departments, there's admin, FHS, health, ECC, public works, they all have CARES Act money that's still hanging out.
I guess what I meant, like, who's gonna be sending some things out to clean these columns up?
Well, if you look at your COVID-19, if you look under Family Human Services,
Mhm.
and you look at your Family Human Service paperwork here, FSR, these numbers should be on your FSR under Family Services. So
Right.
these numbers gotta match what's under here. So whoever the accountant is for Family and Human Services should be responsible for doing that.
Sounds good, Tal.
Some of those, I think, have extensions, and the end dates probably just cleared up, so council wasn't wondering, because there's no comments on that one, on that page.
And I'll make sure I send this to the CFO on the code one to clean it up. Check the end dates.
Like that IHS one, that must have a no-cost extension or something. It says 2021, and there's still a lot of money.
Okay, the next one is the American Rescue Plan Act. I do see a couple negatives in this one too.
And on this one, we've been making good headway on executing all funds for all of these.
But if you look in that last gray column at the bottom of the balance, that's what we have left to spend. And that is my report.
Questions, council, or Laura, or the administrators?
Make a motion to accept the report for January.
I'll second.
Second by David, and from Butch. Any other discussion?
In discussion, I just would like to say to the division administrators, I myself am very impressed now with the amount of information that you're providing to us. We had it really good at one point, it kind of slithered away, and now we're building it back up. That helps us understand what the status is going forward, so very well, great job, appreciate it.
All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? Aye. One abstention, motion carries.
Thank you so much, administrators.
Very good.
Next, we're going to move to the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency Technical Assistance Project. Information. Jim Stromberg. Hi, Jim. Welcome. Thank you for coming all the way here. Chief Hall's at the Gaming Commission meeting, but for those that are not aware, Chief Hall's the one that arranged Jim's visit here to us this evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm going to kind of be looking two different directions because I know we got some slides that are going to go up too. So I'll start. My name is Jim Stromberg. I work for CISA, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency. It's an agency within the Department of Homeland Security. It's the youngest federal agency in the United States government. We've only been around 5 years. And we're not very well known. So if you're not familiar with CISA, you are not alone. That's a lot of different groups. My job for CISA is I'm an emergency communications coordinator. And as I go through my presentation, I understand I have like 10, 15 minutes. Is that cool? I can make it past too if I need to. I'm going to talk a little bit about the organization and what we do to give a little bit of context, and then I'll talk a little bit more about the technical assistance that Chief Hall and Evan Cutler had requested from CISA. Yeah, so that's the perfect slide for right now. Quickly to CISA as an organization, we are America's Cyber Defense Agency and the National Coordinator for Critical Infrastructure Resilience and Security. And next slide, please.
Is that PowerPoint or the PDF? Or?
Well, the PDF is just kind of the little notes page, but the PowerPoint is the PowerPoint. But that's okay. I can talk through it plenty fine too if that doesn't show up properly.
Council does have a copy of it, Jim.
Oh,
leadership does.
Okay, very good. Well, I'll just keep moving. So the second slide is a map of the United States with a bunch of dots on it. And really, the slide represents all of the infrastructure in the United States that deals with cellular and land mobile radio. And public safety is, historically been very, very dependent on land mobile radio. And just like everybody, public safety is migrating over, and they're needing their tablets, they're needing their cellular devices, and they need that cellular connectivity to do their jobs effectively and to protect their communities that they're out to protect. It works out pretty well that the Emergency Communications Division and the federal government's proactive approach to working with emergency communication issues is in CISA, because we have 1 foot in physical security, the infrastructure security of our nation, and we have 1 foot in cybersecurity, the cybersecurity protection of our nation, and that's really where we're at today with our public safety communications. Two-way radios are no longer just two-way radios. They're mostly cyber, and they're cyber vulnerable, and we know all of our cellular devices are cyber vulnerable. So emergency communications can be super, super confusing because of the technology, and moreover, interoperable emergency communications can be super confusing too, because not only do we need one piece of technology that works for, let's say, our police department or our fire department or our EMS, but now we need to make sure that that technology can talk to the neighbors, right? We want to make sure that we are fully interoperable. I live in the Twin Cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul, and just yesterday, we all know about the horrific event that happened in Boone, Louisville, Minnesota, where 3 public safety responders were killed and 1 was shot. And they had perfect interoperable communications for a number of reasons. But that's really our goal, to make sure that we have good interoperable communications. But the challenge is, there's jurisdictional issues, right? One jurisdiction buys one piece of technology, another one buys another. Maybe the 2 groups don't get along that well. There's just the frustration with technologies being different, and they don't necessarily work together without some sort of intermediary or some gateway to put those technologies together. Vendors sometimes tell you what they think you need, and sometimes people buy what the vendor suggests, and that may not always be what you need. And of course, fire service, EMS, law enforcement, they all have different needs. And of course, the incident itself can drive some of the challenges of interoperable communications. So foundational to emergency communications and what we do at CISA is a document called the SafeCom Interoperability Continuum. And it's basically 5 lanes. One of the lanes is technology. It says, hey, you want your technology to be as mature as you possibly can. That makes sense, right? As good as you can afford, right? As good as you can actually put into place. But you also should be thinking about things like governance, standard operating procedures, call them policies, call them best practices, call them guidelines, but something that puts parameters on what people are doing and what the technology should do. You should be training your people. You should be allowing them to exercise in the equipment, and they should actually be using the equipment. So that interoperability continuum is a foundational document of what we do at CISA. This all ties together with the technical assistance that the Red Cliff has requested and will be receiving. When we talk about emergency communications, we think about not just land mobile radio or not just 911. We kind of put it into 4 different categories. There's the public to government. How does the public get help? Traditionally, it was a 7-digit phone number. Then it became 911, right? Then it became alarm companies that were doing some of these things automated for us. Now, well, I guess I have a primitive smartwatch, but now it's smartwatches and it's our devices and it's our cars being able to notify public safety that this civilian has had this accident. And then there's government-to-government communications. That's the 2-way radios, like I see sitting on the desk right there. That's the cellular. That's how we talk to one another, how we talk to dispatch, how we talk to the hospital, how the firefighter in the basement talks to the fire truck on the corner. But then there's the outbound. How does the government communicate with the public? And that is things like the reverse 911 tools that you may have, or the iPOS technology, and kind of the 4th concept of emergency communications is really, how does the public talk to one another? Because I think we all know that if you have an emergency in your community, if you don't get ahead of that messaging, the public is going to do that communicating for you on Facebook, right? And Instagram and TikTok and whatever else is in vogue right now. And so that is an element of emergency communications to help the government to get into that lane. So CISA, we help in a number of different ways. We have a number of different programs on kind of a national level. We work with national groups like SafeCom, the National Council of Statewide Interoperability Coordinators. We work with the FCC, APCO, NENA, a lot of these national organizations. We work regionally, like with the FEMA region here in Region 5. We work with as many tribal entities that we can. We work with all of the states and territories, 56 states and territories, and we have relationships with all of them. And we are a really small group. We are only 17 of us in the nation, but we do our very best to hit metropolitan areas as well. But it's hard for us to be everywhere and do everything, as you can imagine. How do we go about providing this support? We kind of have a cycle that we talk about. We have governance. We think it's really important to have governance. You're all tribal council members. You got to believe in governance, right? You know the value that brings to a process, it brings to an organization. The next thing that we encourage is planning, and we provide a service to help states, to help tribes, to develop strategic plans for their emergency communication programs. In the case of states, they are sometimes very complex because their strategic plan has to talk about how we migrate from legacy circuit-based 911 into an ESINet, an Emergency Services Information Network, and that's a huge and terribly complex project, right? Not every tribe has to worry about those types of details. But it might be that everybody has to worry about where do we get our money to buy more radios for our responders, or where do we get the expertise to help us design a new radio system, or how do we figure out what our relationship is going to be with our neighbors so that they can send out the alerts for us when we need to send out a public alert. So we help and encourage governance, and then we help develop strategic plans. And when states and tribes have a strategic plan, and there's things that they want to execute on from their strategic plan, we offer technical assistance at no cost to help execute on specific line items from a strategic plan. We have a catalog with about 25 different items in it, all highly customizable. Again, all free. And we say, okay, what does your strategic plan say? You want to do this? Okay, it fits into our catalog. It's a service we offer, and we provide it. And then, so that delivery, that technical assistance is the third part of the cycle. The fourth part of the cycle then is an assessment. Okay, how are you doing? How are you doing in meeting the goals in your strategic plan? How are you doing generically against a national audience on different projects? And we help states and tribes assess their progress on their goals, and then that feeds right back into governance again, into planning, and what are the gaps, and how do we close those gaps. So when Chief Hall and Mr. Cutler approached me and said, hey, we are looking for some help on a land mobile radio and cellular coverage assessment for the tribal land. We potentially can have another tower coming in. We know that this northwest corner has got some challenges. And we know we have pretty good coverage in this area. What can you offer? I explained what I just talked about, that cycle. We really like to help people that have a strategic plan, so we can say we're not just shotgunning something, that we're focusing on a specific target. But we want to help tribal entities. We've got relationships with 56 states. We're not doing nearly, 56 states and territories. We're not doing nearly as well with our tribal relationships. So we want to foster that relationship and want to work with you. And we think we can jump right into doing a technical assistance. And it's our hope that you're satisfied with the work that we do, and you would see value in us helping you to build a strategic plan too. So let's talk a little bit about the coverage assessment. I think the part that you were anxiously waiting for. The coverage, the assessment that we do, can look at things like signal strength. It can check audio quality, check things like digital bit error rates, and coverage measurements, and it provides real-world data. We can populate heat maps. We can take the data and make it into something, you can take data, but you got to turn it into information, something that's digestible. And I think that's what our technical assistance can offer you. You all know, or at least those of you that are driving, police cars, fire trucks, and ambulances and emergency management, well, and those who just live here, you know where your cell phone doesn't work, and you know where it doesn't work. And those with two-way radios know where it works and doesn't work. But how do you say that, right? How do you put that into something quantifiable so you can take that information back then and take it to whoever, the tribal council, and say, this is why we need money to put another antenna over here, or this is why we need some sort of improvement in the system, or to take that request elsewhere. It's going to provide you some data. So the way the project works is you make the request, I submit it, it's tentatively approved. That's where we're at today with the project. We wanted to make sure that the council was fully up to speed on this project. That's why I'm here today. The next step is we scope the details. The request I submitted was literally 4 sentences in a little form, and I made it convincing, and they said, yeah, I think we can do this. And they know at leadership about how much these things cost us. And so now the next step is we have a scoping call scheduled for March 6th. And at that time, we've asked Chief Hall and Evan to identify who the right people should be at the table for that conversation when we scope this out. And that is where we'll talk about what exactly are the parameters. And our subject matter experts and our money people are at the table, and they help us put some boundaries on the project, because obviously this costs money, and it's not an endless pot of money, especially right now in a continuing resolution. So that's really kind of how the project works. We're talking about executing on it over the summer, and when we execute on it, the obligation or the duty of the tribe is really just to host the contractors that'll come in. There's going to need to provide some drivers or some people to help orientate and find, what is that area of the tribal land that you need coverage, but you don't have coverage, to get people to the right spots. The request included the waters on the lake too, so it'd be coordinating with either the DNR or the Coast Guard or whoever you would want to help you with that part of the project. Then we'll collect all of our data, we'll build our report, and then we turn the report over to you. And it's yours to do with as you wish. It is secure in our systems, it is protected on our end, it becomes your data, and we hope then that you will take the deliverables, the deliverable, and take some of the recommendations on what you can do next, and that you want to execute on those. It might just be as simple as here's the data that you requested. It's all going to depend on how the scoping call plays out, what it is exactly that you want. I've done a lot of talking. I probably have overrun my allotted time, so I'll stop, Miigwech, and I would be happy to take your questions if you have any.
I've got some questions like coordinating with the Coast Guard. So do they still have a high site, low site, Chief Hall?
We haven't met yet.
So my question is there a high site or a low site? Because years ago, when I was in the Coast Guard, we had a problem with connecting from one side around this peninsula to the other, and how would that affect you with your marine side frequencies?
So we are going to be working with Coast Guard in order to do the drive testing itself. We've requested, or at least made our request known, what is his rank? Love.
He's a chief.
Okay, so the
and
chief.
He's what they call officer in charge.
Gotcha. Okay. So Chief Love has acknowledged the request and said it is very likely. He's happy to help out, but he'll need to send that request for the use of a vessel. He'll need to send that request up through Sault Ste. Marie. But the Coast Guard assisted a number of years ago with a similar coverage assessment with FEMA. So there is a precedence already with the Coast Guard assisting with this.
In case things, just to help you so you never have any hazards, or not hazards, but getting a letter to the Coast Guard of your intentions and needs, that'll help them with Group Sue. That's all I had, thanks.
As an aside, CISA, underneath the Department of Homeland Security, is a sibling entity to the Coast Guard, and we have a really strong relationship there.
There's other stakeholders involved in these conversations ongoing as well, like the Park Service, the other governments surrounding us. So it's just been an ongoing conversation for a long time that we lack the data we need to tell our story. And we've just been fortunate to have our people at the table meeting the right people to make these connections. So I'm really grateful, Jim, to meet you in person, because we've been talking about it for a really long time. And I came from planning prior to being on leadership, so I worked a lot with all of the other projects. And when we have the data that is ours, that tells our story, it is just magically helpful.
My pleasure to be part of this and help out.
Well, thank you again for coming.
Thank
all the way
you.
up.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Thanks, Chief. Well, now you're here, Jess. You could stay for the C-Test.
Oh, no.
Because Lana's here to present your grant application for C-Test. Coordinated travel assistance solicitation. For those that are not familiar with C-Test.
You're looking for approval of a resolution that goes on with the application. We're eligible to apply for up to $600,000. It's not market size.
And we are requesting the full 600,000.
Commissary workshops.
Big ticket items is the officer, it's a 5-year grant.
Any questions on the request?
This is competitive?
It is.
It's 50.
Well, we've been really successful at securing COPS funding.
So
And there's no match. That's part of it.
With the grant application?
Yes.
Then so moved.
Second.
Motion's by Ernie and the seconds by Scott. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion carries. Resolution number
21924B.
Jimmy Rich.
Next, we have Nishinaabe Fund application to the Superior Area Community Foundation. Actually, you push the button on the right.
Can you guys hear me okay? Alrighty. So we have just a very brief request to access funds from the Duluth Superior Area Community Foundation. I think it's only in the amount of $10,000 that we'd be going after, basically to start implementing some, I guess, TNR community training sessions for our staff. What they would also be, I think, we'd look to collaborate cross-departmentally with other departments across the tribe, and some of these events would probably be open to the public too as well. We're talking bringing in tribal harvesters to speak about the things that they do, the why they do them, just to kind of culturally acclimate all of our team members to why some of these things are very important to us. And so part of the broader Wenjibi Montezuma strategic plan, and kind of aligned with the community plan as well. Any questions?
This is contract, there's no IDC or FM.
Correct. There's small pots of money, and knowing some of the board members from the past foundations, they kind of frown upon utilizing it for more admin covered work. So we thought we'd just try to use it contractual to contract community members that come lead some of these workshops. Yeah.
motion to approve?
Second.
A motion to approve by Nora, second by Ernie. Any more discussion or questions for the staff? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? Motion carries. We move to the next one, Wisconsin DNR Summer Youth Tribal Youth Program Grant Application and Resolution.
Yes, this is the same tribal youth grant that we've had for many summers in a row, and it requires a resolution to go along with the application. This one does require 50% match, which we typically provide with in-kind with the staff time of the people who are involved with supervising the interns and leading them through their projects.
Any questions for the staff, council?
I just have a comment on your resolution, under your certifications, if you can make sure you change your year on it. You have 2023.
Oh dear.
I'm sure Nora, Secretary of the COG, looked it back at.
No, thank you for pointing that out. I usually spend about 2 months thinking it's still the prior year, so.
Well, I made it past legal, that's what I'm You guys got it. Just kidding. Any council action, please?
Motion to approve the
Second.
summer travel youth funding application.
We got a motion on the floor by Laura, support from David. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion carries. Resolution number
21924C.
Next, National Park Service Rivers, Trails, and Conservation Assistance Program application.
So this is a technical assistance program that was passed. The information for it was passed on to me by Melissa Topping. It's an opportunity to get free assistance in creating a plan to improve the trail at Frog Bay. When I spoke with the program representatives, we specifically talked about improving the part of the trail that is just the cordwood crossing, where the logs are rolling in place and pretty slippery. Through this program, they would be able to help us create a conceptual plan for those kinds of improvements and help us to create a funding strategy for how that kind of thing could move forward.
I asked TNR to bring this to the council. I wasn't confident making the decision administratively without council knowledge of this technical assistance from the Park Service. It's not required that we engage with them for any type of technical assistance in our park, in our lands. And I have personal opinions about the Frog Bay Park that have been ongoing, so I wanted to make sure that council is aware and knowledgeable of this potential engagement with their technical assistance.
I guess my thought would be making sure we have complete ownership of our own park.
Right. Well, we do.
You know what I mean? I mean, after the support mechanisms.
There's a lot of things we have to take into consideration, right? Like politically, in terms of allowing a federal agency to come in and provide technical support in a park that we have established and we have, management over. And so, again, I just want to make sure that what is being presented is representative of Redcliffe's needs and our values, and not a federal agency coming in and telling us what we should do and what they think is best for us. And I expressed that to these guys, and I trust that they're going to do the work in a good way. But I just want council to all be on the same page, because we all need to stand together when our community comes and says, "What the hell is the Park Service doing at our park?" So I don't want to be the one at the table saying, I was not apprehensive, because I will be honest that I'm a little apprehensive, and we have not brought it to the community, so. I'm not saying it's not a great service, or that they're not gonna give great recommendations, but I want to know how everyone else feels, because if you guys don't have that concern.
So how long is this project then? How long would they be assisting us?
It would be a one-year project. We would find out, I believe they told me sometime in May, whether or not we were accepted to the program. And then we would establish basically an agreement of the services that they would provide, and we would provide the services within the year.
We'd still have to go through the PAC process, so of course there would be, an environmental review of the application for the project, because it is ground disturbance. They'd have to have a TIPO review on whatever regulation the TIPO department would put on the project. So there are some kind of stop gaps for us along the way. But again, maybe in like the advisory capacity should be some community members or elders or other people who may have concern, just to put that to bed at the beginning, bring them to the table.
I agree, because looking at some of the descriptions here, I believe that Jelani thing, we go through all the application processes with TIPO. I believe it would be prudent to include it that way. I believe that going through that process with all the applications would be prudent. That way they're like, whether it be TIPO or whoever, if there's something that they see or feel can be put on it.
The permit would get posted, of course, the standard whatever, that never gets any community input or comment because it's just a standard formality. But maybe we could put a little more intentional effort behind making sure the community is aware and it's just transparent.
The trail not being expanded or changed in any type of format other than what has already been laid out. It's just being basically, upkeep.
Right.
And so in that aspect, everything like that with the EPA and everything like that with support like that should have already been performed before all that was been done. So I'm not understanding why it would be needed to yet again.
I don't think it was, because I'm pretty sure the interns just went in there and threw some cordwoods down and made a trail.
I was out there with Marvin like that, sifting through a lot of stuff like that. We dug like 12 holes out there like that, through chests and stuff. So I'm just not understanding.
Yeah, it's not dealing with the archaeology site at all. It's dealing with the trail, the hiking trail. With the ravine trail.
And this in particular is just strictly conceptual, so they're not coming in and doing any work, so to speak, other than kind of reviewing the site, looking it over, and providing recommendations, and then hopefully pricing some of the things out to what it might cost us to do this kind of work. Work that I'm sure we could probably at some point get to if we were doing it on our own. So that's an option always too. We don't want to go through this. This is something that if it's a priority for us, we can certainly look to try and, figure out a way to do it, but they would provide all that technical assistance. Pricing it out, giving us a good base price of what it's going to cost to fix it, and then, as Ashley indicated, also try to figure out some funding mechanisms or opportunities for us to go after. So there are many junctures we can stop and be like, this process really isn't going the way we wanted it to. It's just an opportunity for some assistance.
Right.
Have we looked at other options besides this, the National Park Service?
I have looked at other options for helping to create a plan.
Because I have, concerns too, working with the Park Service.
I do feel like trail development has been a strength of theirs recently, and when you talk with some of their staff and field staff particularly, who are looking at, if you've been on any of the islands lately, you'll notice they have these floating boardwalks, they call them, to like not disrupt the landscape and to work within the natural landscape. And I think when we spoke, that was some of the things, the examples we talked about that they would bring to the table, like expertise in those types of engineering practices.
There is also a potential that volunteers from the Bayfield Area Trails Group could provide some assistance with planning and improvements on the trail if you didn't want to go through this technical assistance program.
I think they're a great resource.
I think it would be,
We're engaging with them in the other trail planning that we're doing.
I think it would be fine for some collaboration to start and see how we can improve our trails.
Plus, you said we could stop at any time too, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not like a thing.
And this particular program, as Dylan mentioned, is no work being done. It would just be planning and recommendations.
Yeah, we're not accepting any funds from them. We're not getting, no kind of concrete ties, just literally some of their staff time to assess and figure out, some conceptual design options for us. So, but definitely we're, extremely sensitive to, some of the history that goes on here with the Park Service. And, if the trail is a priority for you guys, if you think that is a priority, to figure out a way to, remediate, but we don't want to use the Park Service, we can definitely look into other alternatives. So no pressure either way.
Does council want to vote either way? Or maybe you want to just take it back? There's not a timeline attached to this, is there?
The application for the program is due on March 1st.
I'll make a motion that we can move forward with this.
Is there support?
I'll second.
We have a motion to approve and support from David and a second by Butch. You want me to do a roll call vote? I'll do a roll call vote. David?
Yes.
Scott?
Aye.
Nora?
Aye.
Laura? Aye. Butch?
Aye.
Ernie?
Aye.
We have 4 ayes, 2 nays. So, proceed with caution. Oh, Marvin. In discussion. Sorry.
But it's kind of hard to hear anything. We've got one trail that we talked about, another trail, and then I heard it all day. Is that what it is we're talking about?
That's the only trail we're talking about is the Big Ravine Trail.
Okay, great. I'd be glad to help with part of that too, because
All right. Well, you have your answer. We have four yeas, 2 nays. Motion does carry.
We can provide updates too on how things go. Like I said, we don't know how it will go, but if they're willing to provide some technical expertise that could be helpful or advantageous for us, we'll do what we can to make sure that it's the best way possible for us. And if it doesn't seem like a fit early on, we'll definitely let you know, and we'll work towards addressing it in different ways.
Sounds good. You guys are the drivers. Make sure you provide the feedback to the administration, council.
Definitely. Be good, council.
Congratulations. All right, Duluth Superior Area Community Foundation Grant. Marvin, you tell them. Already? It's like almost 6 o'clock.
I'm enjoying listening to everybody in the meeting.
Oh, okay.
I guess, yes, council, you have, before you have the application for the Duluth Superior Area Community Foundation. And the season is amongst us to begin planning and orchestrating and talking about this year's community powwow celebration. Coming up, this grant, $5,000, is to help with some of the activities and some of the funding for this year's powwow. We're working with Melissa Planning, collaborating, working with them to do the application, not the complete application, but requesting authorization to submit application.
This is an annual request.
It's a one-time.
Yeah, one-time request.
Do we have any year?
I don't think we've ever asked them for money for the powwow. This is the first time.
Well, let's go for it. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ernie, second by Nora. Any more discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion carries. Nico Charlie.
Oh,
Thanks, Mark.
Next on the agenda, Benesi Quay.
Alright. Good evening, council. I'm here to request approval to submit a grant application to the Native Language Immersion Initiative through the First Nations Development Institute for $75,000 to help us sustain and build capacity and support language immersion education for Redcliffe. This is a competitive grant, and they give 10 grants per year up to $75,000.
I don't think we've ever applied for it, so it's our first time. We want to give it a shot, and I feel like we have a good plan in place for this to sustain one of our language trainings.
Just out of curiosity, let's say we get the full 75, is it sort of after carryover with that, or does it have to be expended in 1 year?
I believe it has to be expended in 1 year. And we have a pretty solid plan with the budget to make sure that we spend it within a year.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Nora and a second by Ernie. Any other discussion or questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion carries.
All right, Language Council.
Next on the agenda, Maytown Native American Tourism Wisconsin TTAG grant is annual funding set aside for each individual tribe. Kind of fluctuates a little bit between $4,000 and $5,500. And this year we are requesting again to apply to support the Powell budget. Last year we applied as well to support the Powell budget, and that's what we would propose to use the grant money for this year again. Motion to approve.
Second.
I think still low, speaking forever. 4,000. We have a motion by Laura, second by David. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion carries. Next on the agenda, we have the Veteran Services Grant. Chris Livingston is our Tribal Veteran Service Officer, TVSO. At this time, we just got the notice literally days ago, Friday we got the notice that this was due February 28th or something. And so I asked Melissa to put together the proposal. The state kind of sets the allocation every year for how much your tribe will get for your Veteran Services Award. Fluctuates a little bit between 12 and 16,000. This year, the number we were given, $20,625.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Nora and a second by David. Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion carries.
Just a little note about this too, you know, we use funds to help veterans, you know, with ramps for their houses, disabilities. There's no set parameters on what we help with, but funding like this really hits where they need it the most, and I'm very grateful of it.
And we can't carry it over, so we do have a couple of fiscal years, I think, because we got an ARPA allocation. So the ARPA allocation kind of put the program in a good position. Next on the agenda is Business Development Corporation and resignation and a request to post for a new member.
Motion to accept the resignation and post.
Second.
We have a motion by Nora and a second by Butch. This, for the record, the resignation is Diane Basney, and that's because we've hired her as our Executive Director of the Business Development Corporation. So we will be posting for a new member for our BDC board. We covered item 20 and 21 in executive session, so we'll move to leases. Oh, I'm sorry. All those in favor? I didn't follow the vote, didn't I?
No.
Opposed?
Interline.
Abstentions? Motion carried. You abstain? Oh. One abstention. Motion still carries. Did my head in, girl. All right, Emery.
This is take a vote. I have three items for you tonight. The first one is a voluntary leave cancellation from Laura Dellinger for lot 126 on White Plaza Road.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Nora, second by Laura to cancel Laura's lease. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion carries. Resolution, we need resolution.
21924D.
Say C as in cat.
D is in dog.
D as in dog.
Thank you.
That's our North Midwest Harrison.
It's just my hair loss, that's all.
No.
Next up, we have two items that are hand in hand. The first one is a voluntary leave cancellation from Teresa Gordon and Michelle Gillette Goodwin for 37110.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Nora to approve and a second by Butch. Any other questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion carries. Resolution.
21924E.
I don't think so. Put that on our list.
And next up, we have a new short-term lease application from Kathleen Hewlett, also known as Kate Dobbin, for 37110.
Motion to approve.
No, Nora. Are you gonna support first or?
Sure, I'll second. That was a lesson to me.
I think we have a second by Butch. Is the person gonna clean the site up?
Yeah, that's their plan.
It's Marvin Shred's old site. Or no,
It's on, is that yours?
What, is that it?
Larry Shred's, yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion carries. Resolution number
21924F as in fish.
Great, council. See you again sometime soon.
We have, next, 2024 USDA Resilient Food Systems Infrastructure Grant.
Bonjour, Council. We We are here tonight because the farm is seeking approval to apply for a USDA Resilient Food Systems Infrastructure Grant. This project would allow the construction of a new multi-use food sovereignty building, which would go in the footprint of the old cabin, which is slated for demolition, and it would also provide the remaining funds we need to construct the pole barn that we've been trying to construct on site at the farm. We believe that this building would be an asset to the Red Cliff community in multiple ways. First off, it would serve as an incubator kitchen where Red Cliff food producers and entrepreneurs could use the space to get off the ground and enter retail markets. The building would also address current food aggregation, storage, and packing needs, and this would be for current programs and programs that we expect to continue into the future. For example, the Local Food Purchase Assistance Program, through which the farm is procuring local food items and distributing boxes to the community. That program currently goes into 2026 and it's expected to continue into the future. The Tribal Elder Food Box is also a program that's funded through 2026 but is expected to continue into the future. This building could provide a place for food items to be aggregated from tribal producers that would then those food items would go into the Tribal Elder Food Boxes, which would be distributed throughout the state. In addition, this building would serve as a shared resource for all tribal divisions and departments to use for classes, workshops, and events. We put out a survey and we were happy with the number of responses that we were able to get in a short amount of time. So we put out a survey to get community feedback on thoughts about the potential of a new community kitchen space in Red Cliff. We had 102 respondents. 76% of the respondents were tribal members. Of those respondents, 82% said they were extremely supportive of this idea. Another 11% said they were moderately supportive. I did print out all of those survey results. I'm happy to pass those out if anybody's curious to see all of the details.
I am.
Okay, do you want to see that right now?
Council, just so you have recollection, this is the grant that Butch sat in front of us last month that we discussed.
Who was the survey?
On their Facebook page.
It was up in the newsletter too, I believe.
It was out for like 1 week.
Yeah.
Maybe a little over a week.
It's not comprehensive or anything. It's literally
No.
just like a snap spit shot of who got the
Yeah, well, I didn't catch mine.
I believe it's still available.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So, are you telling me this 40 by 56 pole barn is going to fit where the old log cabin is?
Nope, so this proposal would be for a new multi-use building on the footprint of the old cabin. But in addition, this proposal would include the remaining funds that we need to secure for pole barn construction. So pole barn, that plan hasn't changed. That would still be, like if you're looking at the farm office, the pole barn would still be to the left, kind of by where the first high tunnel is.
Over by the clinic garage?
No, not that far. Just if you're looking at the farm office.
What would you say, 30 feet away from the porch?
Yeah.
30 feet?
Yeah. And so this proposal would require a 25% match, and this is a proposal that has been developed in collaboration with, you should have a letter of match with the Feeding America header on it. So The Great Lakes Intertribal Food Coalition has been in conversation with Red Cliff and other tribes in the state, and this proposal has been developed in collaboration with GLFC, the Great Lakes Intertribal Food Coalition. And as part of that collaboration, GLFC has committed to providing $115,000 of matching funds for this project. And then the remaining match would be provided from the farm with 2 grants that we have previously secured for pole barn construction.
Where do NAP funds come from?
NAP is a Native American Agriculture Fund.
I know that, but where do they come from? Are they foundation or are they
Yeah,
federal dollars?
private. Yeah, and so the budget that you have, I do want to note that it does not yet include FM and IDC, but those are allowable costs, and those would be included at the time that we developed this budget estimate to present to council. We weren't sure, for example, which parts of security and IT are contractual versus which parts would be subject to FM and IDC. So the budget would get more precise if this proposal was approved.
There are other partners involved in this as well through the USDA Resilient Food Program. You know, GLFC's been looking at this for a while, and you know, some of the other tribal communities or tribal nations going after it are all part of this broader plan to, I guess, address you know, our food security situations all throughout our region. So all the folks involved in GLFC are really confident that this will score pretty high. I don't know whether we'll get it or not, but so we're kind of considered like that northern hub. You know, some of the other communities going after it, I think, are Forest County, Mole, Ho-Chunk. So I think we might be the only Ojibwe community putting our name in the hat there, but we're connected to these other plans that are also submitted, which should also score us higher based on how they're being reviewed, because we're making a plan in conjunction with or in connection with these other communities, which is what the grant is basically about, or the program.
So you mentioned community kitchen, and now is that going to be offered out to the community to come and use?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
So
no community members going to be turned down, you know, if they want to come in and
absolutely not.
Or apple cider? Or...
No, I mean, yeah, that's one of the main driving factors behind wanting to create this space, is to create that community, a licensed commercial kitchen space that would be available for tribal producers, whether they just want to preserve their own harvest or whether they want to process food and make it available for commercial sale.
The nearest facility that kind of does that right now is Northland. They have the Healing Rice Food Center kitchen, and what they do is essentially they rent out space or time slots there for people with small businesses that, you know, can't afford to have their own industrial or commercial kitchen, and they're able to use those spaces to help grow their business and keep their business alive. So this would operate similarly too if community members need it for that. Say they need a commercial kitchen stand to market their products somewhere, or even just to host community cooking classes to increase food literacy, you know, utilizing our traditional foods, or tied to our social services programs or clinic programs that promote, you know, food as medicine or food as well-being. A lot of ties, I think.
Yeah, and for example, every week for the past 4 to 5 weeks, there's been a Bayfield High School class that's been coming to the farm and using our kitchen for a cooking class, which has been wonderful, but our kitchen isn't big enough to hold all of the students comfortably. Another example is a venison canning workshop that we're going to be hosting at the beginning of March. You know, we have to put a cap on how many people can participate just because we don't have enough space in the farm kitchen, and it would just be really amazing to have a space that could more comfortably hold a full class or a workshop with more than 6 participants in it.
Question, where's parking? Where's parking going to be around that place?
Probably similar to where it is right now.
So there's not a lot of parking.
Yeah, part of the thing. I'm not opposed to the idea of the project. I think that the site still needs to be discussed and worked out. So if council were to approve it, I would not be comfortable approving the location of where the log cabin is. That needs community input, and that needs a lot more feasibility community may want another food sovereignty facility, but the site may not be, right? And they may not even want the farm to be running it. So they're just things that we're rushing, and I get it, because we don't want to miss an opportunity, but just that the site is still an issue.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we have to specify a location. We have the parameters of what the building is, but we don't have to say it's specifically going to be right here.
Yeah, I don't think we have to have that necessarily right now, but I agree with the chair. It's a rush proposal. I've never been a fan of rush proposals. I know you guys just saw this proposal for a whole different building a couple weeks ago, but you know, the way that things have kind of come about, and then the contribution from Cliffsea out of nowhere makes this a very limited liability project. And so we're not requesting any funds from you guys to do this. Basically, you know, put our name in the hat, see what happens. We could end up with a really nice facility and building for the community. So if we're funded, obviously. Any other questions we can help with?
So since I'm on this side of the table now, as compared to 2 weeks ago, we've worked pretty hard, this collective group that we put together, to try and put this application together. So with that being said, I would make a motion to approve the application, submitting the application. We'll see where it goes.
Second.
We have a motion by Butch and a second by Scott. With all the understanding of Jeff just happened in discussion, I'll just add for discussion. And, any other comments? Not, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstention? Abstention. Motion carries.
Yeah, pretty much. If you guys have any questions as we're kind of finalizing the process.
It'll come across my desk before
Yeah.
it gets submitted, so, yeah.
Yeah, any questions at all, just let us know. We'll do our very best to get you the information and whatnot. So we will.
And they'll be bringing a resolution on March 5th. I think it's our meeting day, because the application goes in on the 6th.
Resolution for what?
Just endorsing some of those, everybody, all the tribes get together, resolution kind of supporting this project.
Yeah, it's part of their strategic plan to be kind of, like I was saying, connected to one another. As you know, if we're like that northern region and we need to store, you know, things in our storage and help both the overall process of things.
So it's an irretrievable resolution, or it's a, everyone has their own?
Everyone has their own.
Everyone has their own, but they're connected very much so, part of the big
I
picture.
would get that over to legal as soon as possible. Especially because we have some travel coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're traveling down to Madison this week. Safe travels and good trip.
We're leaving in the morning, several of us, because there's a Glitzy board meeting first, Wednesday, and then Thursday, state of the trust.
Yeah.
I'm dropping these guys off at the gate. They're gonna buzz the. Is there anything under other? Dusty, did you have something? Dusty, you wanna come up? Come on.
Let's go to lunch.
Alright. If there's nothing under other, we can adjourn.
Second.
We got a motion by Laura, second by Butch. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, abstention, motion carries, meeting adjourned. 6:08 PM. Did you?